is in the house. Dr. Amos Wanjara, School of Science, is a member. Dr. Nurben Fozia, School of Business and Economics, is a member, organizing committee. Ms. Lilian Isiaho, School of Health Sciences, and Ms. Lilian Brono, for School of Computer Science and Information Technology. Then we have Mr. Dalton Otieno, representing Corporate Affairs, Ms. Becky Gaira, representing Procurement, and last Corporate and we have Dr. John Aisi, is the Secretariat to this conference organizing committee. So this team has worked tirelessly. I need to recognize our intern, Mr. Francis Njau. Francis Njau, I think he has stepped out. The DVC F&D, DVC Academic. Mr. Francis Njau has been a blessing to this organizing team. He has managed all the data at short notice, and he's very good at it. He is the star of this. Chair, I would also like to acknowledge the support. All this has made our work efficient and effective to deliver this conference within record time. The ICT, yes, I was forgetting. ICT is represented in our committee by Irene Ayako, Miss Irene Ayako. She's currently at Kennett for training. She has also been very instrumental in setting up the links and the meeting agenda, and also in training the technical staff who will support us today. So we have 8 sub-thematic areas this year, Mr. Chair, and these areas cut across various disciplines, as we will be told in a moment. So we have brought together scholars from various universities. Marketing a conference is not a mean task, and getting people to sit and prepare papers is also an achievement that needs to be acknowledged. So I'd like to congratulate, I'd like to thank all those of you who took their time to write their papers, submit them, revise them, and also the technical team, our reviewers, who added value to those papers so to enable us get this conference going. I'd like to thank the 2 keynote speakers who volunteered to join us today and tomorrow. So today we are waiting for Professor Jones Agwata. We'll be checking shortly if he will have joined. And then tomorrow we'll have Professor Daniel Orwenjo from Technical University of Kenya. Chair, we will have 4 rooms, online rooms, and our technical team will be on hand to guide the presenters to join the right room at the right time. We have shared the program online with the presenters and also with the chairs of sessions to ensure a smooth flow of events. In case of any technicality, we shall provide the contact numbers for Johanna Obie and Francis Njau to assist us. So the launch is blended. We have a large audience here physically present. We have about 30 senior staff of KAFU with us. We have the technical team from ICT, and we have our reviewers present. Has joined. So we have with us online, we have in the house, the Chief Executive Officer, National Research Fund, Professor Dixon Andala. He will be speaking to us immediately after the Vice Chancellor will have opened the function. So in the house, we have Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Development, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Mwita. We have the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, who is the head of division, Professor Julius Kipkemboi. I will bring him in to speak immediately after me. Then he will welcome the acting Vice Chancellor now for this function. We have the following deans and directors present at this physical launch. We have the Dean, School of Education, Dr. Samuel Maragia, present. Associate Dean, School of Education, Dr. Metrin Sulungai, is present. Dean, School of Health Sciences, Dr. Emmanuel Vincent Okenwa is present. Director, University Linkages and Academic Academic and Career Services, DULAX, Dr. Caroline Mulenya is present with us. We have a Director Examinations is present, Dr. Victor Shikuku. He'll also be a session chair. We have Director ICT, Dr. Ayub Shirandula is present. Then we have heads of sections, heads of departments and heads of sections. From my right, we have the head of, the in charge corporate affairs, that is Dr. Solomon Aunga, who will also be a session chair. We have with us the Dean of Students. The Dean of Students, Dr. Jofin Namwetako is present. Heads of sections and heads of departments. Mr. Hilan Rono is the head of computer science, is present. We have Dr. Constance Ikoha. She's the head of educational foundations, planning and management. Then we have Dr. Margaret Omondi, COD. So you mute your gadgets, please. COD, that is accounting and finance. And any other head of section, kindly raise your hand. And then we have Dr. Agre Amugune. He is the head of curriculum and instruction, and he will also be a session chair. Then we have our senior research fellow in the Directorate of Research, Dr. John Aisi. We have our graduate research assistant in the Directorate of Research, Mr. Boniface Giveri. Then lecturers present. We have Ms. Margaret Thangwa, lecturer, French. And then the entire technical team. Dr. Walter Kodipo is a lecturer, history. We have Dr. John Aseta, lecturer in geography, and he'll also be a session chair. I hope now then others are presenters. Mr. Paul Ogembo is a co-author with Dr. Wanjara. And then we have Dr. Robert Opanyi. He will also be a chair of session. Chair, that is that's enough. Now allow me, Chair, to go online and acknowledge a few people who have joined us. We have 47 participants and guests who are online. Allow me a quick mention of some external participants whom I can see. Ms. Neville Lukaya, all the way from Rongo University, has joined us. We have N. Omondi. We have, now most of Dr. Eliud Musotsi I had mentioned, Dr. Evans Mogoi, Dr. Jackson Musau have joined us from Kenyatta University. That's a new one. And we'll be acknowledging participants and guests as they join us. I now take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, to make his remarks, and then he will welcome the acting Vice Chancellor. Welcome, Professor Kipkemboi.
Thank you very much, Professor John. I hope colleagues colleagues, you can hear me. Those who are joining us virtually, in the interest of time, I would like to first and foremost acknowledge the presence of our invited guests. We are expecting the DG Nakosti. I want to acknowledge the presence of the CEO NRF, Professor Dickson Andala, and our distinguished keynote speakers. The Vice Chancellor, who is represented here, will join us shortly, but is represented by Professor Madalo. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is it's indeed a great pleasure for me to just make a few remarks on the occasion of the opening of our second National Virtual Conference. First, I want to thank the organizers for organizing this conference, led by Professor Ojwang and the team, for making it a reality for the second time. As the head of the division where research is hosted, I want to say that this conference is a culmination of our performance contract target, and for us, it's an achievement. I'm happy to see staff from other institutions who are going to also present alongside with our staff. And when I was reflecting on this theme of redefining innovative knowledge and skills for rapid development in the digital era, it reminds me of many topics which we've been discussing about skills for digital world, digital transformation, digital knowledge and skills, and so on. It also reminds me of an editorial by Mother Buckle and Christopher Kobo in 2018, which they dwelt on redefining knowledge.
Prof, they are not getting you. Kindly sit where I was seated.
Okay. Sorry, I'm told you are not getting me, so let me move. Thank you very much, and apologies for that. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this second virtual conference. Our invited guests, our speakers will give remarks led by the CEO, National Research Fund. We are expecting the DG Nakosti, our keynote speakers, Professor Orwenjo and also Professor Agwata, the Vice Chancellor, who is represented here by Professor Madalo. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to make a few remarks on the occasion of the opening of the second National Virtual Conference in 2024. And I want to first and foremost take this opportunity to thank the organizers led by Professor Ojwang and his team for making this conference a reality for the second time. As the head of the division where research, innovation and outreach is domiciled, this conference is a culmination of our achievement towards our PC target. And it's also important because it enables us to disseminate knowledge. I'm grateful that we have participants from other institutions who are going to present alongside our staff, and we really appreciate. Now, when I was reflecting on this theme for this year, which is redefining innovation, knowledge, skills for rapid development in the digital era, it came to my mind that of late, in every discussion, whenever education and training matters are discussed, we can't miss to talk about skills for digital world, digital transformation, digital knowledge and skills, among others. And it also reminds me of an editorial which I read some time back by Mother Buckle and Christopher Kobo. And they were talking about redefining knowledge in the digital age. And some of the things which they put forward, and we are seeing this as a reality, is that the future of university education will be characterized by flexibility and fluidity, that technologies will bring to knowledge and networks that could be developed to create a platform for sharing learning cultures and spaces, to implement new forms of learning access, to establish multiple interactions, to provide active connections between academia and industry, among others. And this is what we are seeing today. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we participate in this very important agenda in our calendar, it is also important that we look at how the digital skills is impacting on our day-to-day activities. And it's time we appreciate that we are all increasingly becoming reliant on innovative knowledge and skills to generate new knowledge and even to disseminate, and this is what we are doing today. We are also increasingly becoming reliant on innovative knowledge and skills to deliver knowledge, evaluate, and even use digital information in various forms. We are heavily reliant on daily basis on devices like computers, tablets, mobile phones, and among others. And we also heavily rely on products of innovative knowledge and skills. We shop, we bank, we access services, we even apply for jobs online, courtesy of the digital platform. And this is why we need to incorporate this in our training for knowledge and skills. We need to impart all our participants who participate in our services. I was also reflecting on the just ended third NACOSTI multi-sectoral conference, which universities were really challenged to play a big role in refining knowledge and skills and disseminating knowledge. And one of the things which also came out is that we need to conceptualize innovative knowledge and skills, especially in a rapidly developing digital era. And we need to embrace community of science, solutions for society, citizen science, science for peace. It also became apparent in the conference that we need to turn innovative ideas into products that can go to market, and this is really a big challenge. We also need to think about presenting our services, which is teaching and training, in a form that is accessible, inclusive, flexibility, and affordable. And this actually came very strongly from the Open University. We should not forget that we need to explore new ICT opportunities, computing skills like cyber clouding, cloud computing, cybersecurity, data science, and analysis, among others. So, colleagues, as we discuss these issues in the next 2 days, I want us to bear in mind that knowledge and skills in digital era are inevitable, and it's rapid. We can only cope by continuously being innovative. And so with these few remarks, I want to now welcome the Vice Chancellor to make his remarks and invite our speakers. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, for those very powerful words. Indeed, you have set the pace of this conference. My role here is to join what you have said and eventually open this conference officially. First, I'll say a few words, then I will read a speech by the Vice Chancellor. Indeed, yesterday night I was called by the Vice Chancellor and I was told that he may not be in on time to be able to open this conference, so he asked me to kindly do the duty for him. I, of course, obliged, and I'm going to do that in a short while. I know this is the second national virtual conference held by Kaimosi Friends University after the charter. I have understood that there are 29 universities which are taking place, which are taking part in this conference. There are about 8 sub-themes ranging from science and technology, climate change, educational curriculum reform, health issues, etc. We will be having discussions and papers provided by 8 professors, 35 PhDs, and several postgraduates, both at PhD as well as masters, who are co-authors of the various papers. We know that this year we are national, but next year, if all goes well, we shall be having an international conference. We are thankful for those who have paid for the logistics. You know how much you paid yourselves. We want to assure for those participants and to welcome you. I know this is going to be an interesting discussion. 35 papers over 2 days is a really accomplishment. Chancellor, on the occasion of the launch of the second Kaimosi Friends University National Virtual Conference on 13th May 2024, so that I may not be quoted out of context, I'll read this thing word by word. To our distinguished invited guests, namely the Director General of NACOSTI, Professor Walter Oyawa, and the CEO of the National Research Fund, Professor Dickson Andala, to our 2 distinguished keynote speakers today, namely Professor Jones Akwata of Machakos University and Professor Daniel Orenjo of Technical University of Kenya, my 2 Deputy Vice Chancellors in charge of academic and student affairs and research, as well as AFNP D. Now, since I'm representing him, I also must remember to include myself in that citation. The deans and directors of the university, the KAFU organizing committee led by Professor, our online participants and audience, the ICT team, the entire KAFU fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the second national conference organized by and hosted by. Delighted to speak to you today as we launch our second national conference, which will be conducted online on Kenneth's Big Blue Button platform and economic revitalization, among others, for a young university, which was chartered recently in August 2022. This means that we are holding a national conference for the second consecutive year. As we do this, we are fully conscious of our driving motto as the spring of knowledge. This event, therefore, marks yet another memorable milestone as we strive to raise the standards that we set for ourselves last year during our inaugural conference. Ladies and gentlemen, at KAFU, we promote multidisciplinary scholarship and research, and this is evident in the range of programs we offer, hence the rich mix of sub-themes selected for the conference. Our academic programs include health sciences, education, business and economics, social sciences, humanities, information technology, physical sciences, biological sciences, and agriculture. As Kaimosi French University scholars, we always endeavor to promote research, innovation, and outreach through regular seminars, workshops, and conferences. Through these academic platforms, we create knowledge, nurture it, disseminate, and publish for prosperity and for national development. It is for this reason that our mission as a university resonates well with the theme of this conference, which is redefining innovative knowledge and skills for rapid development in the digital era. It is therefore my hope that the diverse content and dynamic approaches of our well-researched and peer-reviewed papers that we shall consume at this forum for the next 2 days will provide the necessary scholarly impetus to take KAFU to the next level in the field of academic dissemination. Ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow scholars, it is my conviction that your expert deliberations should culminate in practical solutions to the persistent and recurrent social, economic, educational, environmental, and political challenges that plague not only Kenya, but also the rest of the African continent and the global arena. These phenomena require your urgent and ardent intervention as committed intellectuals. For the record, I would like to thank the KAFU Council, management, Senate, and the entire KAFU fraternity. It should remain a regular undertaking
and we really appreciate. So welcome to give your remarks. I know you have a very busy schedule, but we really appreciate. Most welcome. Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Allow me us to really thank the university management and of course led by the Vice Chancellor for the opportunity to engage with the scientific community. We have just concluded a very important conference in our calendar, of which Prof. Kuboy was the chief participant there. And the theme of that conference was science, technology, and innovation as the game changer. And the key words there were national security, public safety, and sustainable prosperity. I looked at your themes, and I see the first theme is science and technology, artificial intelligence, and education, and so forth and so forth. And this is very much in tune with what is happening now. But probably the only thing I would add is that science, technology, innovation is cross-cutting, affects almost everything. So it's difficult to have it as a standalone theme, because we talk about artificial intelligence, is the same. We talk about education or curriculum forms, that is called ST&I education. But indeed, I'm grateful, and I just wanted to give some brief remarks and maybe on a fourth part. One is the need to reconfigure university education. We are having this question that a good number of universities came as teaching universities. And there's the need for that. I hope I'm audible. Professor Kimugamboy, you may alert me when I'm off the air.
Yes, we can hear
you. Audible?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to give some brief remarks touching on 3 or 4 thrusts. One is the need to reconfigure university education, because a number of our universities, almost all of them was structured to be teaching universities. And as our famous Professor Callistus Juma always say, that they were structured to provide human resource for public service or public servants. That time was after independence. I always say that when I did my course at the University of Nairobi, we were the last group of engineers to be recruited without interview. So it means the country desperately needed us. The moment we did our exams, our names were taken to Ministry of Water, Ministry of whatever, and that ended. But the times have changed so much now that universities are no longer in that place where people come rushing to look for your graduates or look for your advice. It's the other way around, that it's universities which have to go back and justify their presence. So I strongly believe even KAFU will need to justify its presence along, first and foremost, the locality. That are you impacting on the locality? And that brings in the second thrust, and that is the need to transform into a research universities, or whether entrepreneur university, whichever name you call them. So you are almost like you are selling your wares in Kikomba, and you will only sell as much as you attract clients to you. So those universities that will take that approach, I think, will survive. It's happening worldwide. And when you transform that, whether you call it research university or entrepreneurial universities, then you need to subject yourself to external measurements. It's one of the areas that we find most of our universities are so scared of. When you talk of ranking, they'll either go webometrics, which is more of the data in the web, rather than go on these other globally renowned benchmarks. And I want to say that if you talk of university rankings, then you're talking of rankings like the Times Education rankings, you're talking of Shanghai ranking, you're talking of US rankings. If you can even Google now to a district participant, you'll find South African universities are very much aligned to it, because the criteria is so much in tune with what is expected of higher education. Of course, we have challenges of limited resources, but that doesn't stop you from being measured around. Just like when you do a performance contract, you'll say that we didn't have money to do this. They'll say, fine, we will score you, but you can give that as a mitigation. When you get ranked, then you're able to identify your own gaps. Your country is also able to know what you need to input in KAFU. So it's one of the areas that we are really asking universities to embrace from the perspective of a regulating agency and costing. Yeah, so, and then the third one now is the impact to society. And one of the things in those global rankings is impact to society. They have a way, maybe not perfect, of measuring that impact to society. How do you impact? How much funding do you attract from public-private partnerships? Very clear things that are objective and are not subjective. So young as you are, you might find yourself actually excelling and leading a number of the veteran universities. NACOSTI, the government has given us a task, or designated us as a special agency to coordinate ST&I mainstreaming. Our work is just to coordinate, and the kind of data that we're receiving now from that is amazing. Most of this data, we are now referring it to the global innovation, those who are ranking the country outside there, like the Global Innovation Index, ICT ranking, and so forth. But I was very surprised. I want to share with you that one of the institutions, I think probably near where you are in Western, Segalagala, is it a technical college, has about, 20-something patents. Those are measurables. So Segalagala Technical College has 23. What does that tell you? And then you ask yourself, how many patents does a great institution like Carlo has? We were checking on that, and because we had classified them, all the MDAs, over 400 of them, and you check in terms of patents. We are asking the question of these patents, how many have you converted to commercialization? And you come to the university sector, you find Bekut, a young institution, maybe just a little bit older than KAFU, is actually leading in the number of patents. And if you go to the Ministry of Education, you'll always hear them talk about they could, because they have what is measurable. So I'm just urging you that young as you are, if you focus on the real issues and you avoid the previous, the old institutions, they've been there. UAN has a name, whether they have patents or not. But for you who are coming up, you need to have something that will make you at least be on the same table as those other great institutions. And it's about measurables, the number of patents, the number of publications in like Scopus journals. That's another area which I would really urge you and urge all of us in the academia, because there are certain institutions that when you apply for a job, like for the AU, one time we had a team which applied for a job, they only focus on the Scopus journals. Somebody had so many journal publications, attended conferences, then when the outcome came, it's like you have zero or something very minimal. And you wonder, so many publications, because they focus on what has been globally benchmarked. We're in a global field, you're in a global village, you no longer can just talk of Kenya. So in talk of publications, are you able to escalate? You can publish in local journals, you can publish in regional journals, but at least one or two of your papers will eventually end up in those Scopus journals. At JKUAT, I know, like in a program called Pan-African University Science, Technology, Innovation, we are insisting on students, they can publish in other journals, but we expect them at least one or two
to be in those corpus journals, because that is what the world is saying now. It is the best, not very good, but the best. So embracing what the rest of the world is doing is very important for us. Sometimes politics comes in when the people start criticizing and so forth and so forth. Fine, they have their challenges, but if that is what everybody is recognizing, then we need to be aware of that. So I've mentioned three areas. One is reconfiguring university education to meet the times. You have talked of something like AI. How do you bring in AI in the curriculum through the Commission for University Education? That's a big issue because it might take a lot of time. Maybe it's not a priority for the country. Is it a priority for the country? Number two is transforming into what universities are now, what we might call research or entrepreneurial universities. It means there are certain criteria and measurements. And then number three is how do we, as a community of universities, impact on society? So that the society is the one which does your politics. Like now, it will be the local governor who will go and say, we need this at KAFU because you have impacted on society, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in trade, whether it's in whichever the case. And I don't know whether you're close to the Ikolomani gold mines. So how are we impacting to help those people in the Ikolomani gold mine? Number four, which is very similar to, which is a direct impact on COVID, how do you respond to emerging issues? Yes, do universities, do we become spectators when like now there are floods? Yes, despite our limited resources, or do we provide that intellectual capital? You might not have the physical hard resources, but you have a much more powerful resource, that's of the mind, where you're able to meet with the governors of the country. You're part of the task force and part of even the GAO. We were the other time in this other university near Busia border, and it was. Yes, and what you find, the universities, I think it was KAFU, universities right inside the local team, the team that is the secure part of it. So with that, allow me to end there, but to thank you very, very much for this invitation and say that we need to speak the same language. You need to hear from you and learn from you as you also learn from us. Nakosti that was very shocking without a research license. Of course, he was arrested, he admitted, and he quickly admitted to avoid a strenuous process, but there's still some local participants who are not, who are part of it. So it's a court issue, and we'll see how it comes out. So we just want to alert you that the purpose of licensing research is to protect you and me. One is to ensure national security is not endangered, to ensure the lives of Kenyans is not in danger, to ensure that the IP rights, like if we're a local community there are a lot of IP rights there, which if you convert to own, then you're denying that community the resource, the intellectual capital that they have. And other reasons, nature and so forth and so forth. There's a reason for that. But you're also able to have a documentation of real, what we're calling science, technology, innovation observatory. Yes, we talk of research observatory, we talk of innovation observatory, but the entire spectrum, because research must speak into something and innovation. So thank you very much, and back to you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We really appreciate your time for this conference. And we have been challenged, actually, as scholars, that knowledge is not just publications and innovations, but also taking this to the market as products. And so we really appreciate, and we want to appreciate the good work the Commission is doing. We look forward to working together and getting more to learn from you as a regulator and also as a facilitator on ST&I. So we really appreciate and creating time. Pass my regards to Dr. Lawrence Banks and your team. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll proceed to the next presenter. Professor Andala has had to join another meeting, but Dr. Musosi is in, and we'll welcome Dr. Musosi to make a few remarks on behalf of the CEO, National Research Fund. Dr. Musosi, are you in? Hello, Dr. Musosi. Can you unmute? So maybe as Dr. Musosi is joining in, I would like to invite Professor Ojwang to continue recognizing the members of participants who have joined from other institutions as Dr. Musosi is coming in. Professor Ojwang, please.
Thank you, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, for leading that session of our invited guest speakers. So I can see we have 54 online participants. I would like to recognize the presence of the following. Professor Jones Fairfax Agwata, who will be our keynote speaker for today from Machakos University. Feel welcome. We have Dr. Peter Karanja. Okay, good. Your audio is now good. We have Dr. Peter Karanja, Vice Chancellor, Gretsa University, who was also one of us and is also a co-author in this conference. We have Dr. Mary Makoha, Kenyatta University, Dr. Consolata Muimali from Riara University, Dr. Eunice Musioka from Kenya Highlands University. We have Dr. Jones Bor from Moi University. So universities are represented. It's not just a claim. We have Enoch Musau from Kisii University, Faith Munyoki from Kenyatta University. Faith, you will remind me. We have, correct. Joel Gitui should be from Moi University or Kisii. You'll remind us. These universities, these people are here, drawn from several universities. Luvisi Moses Ayumba from MUST is online. So we'll acknowledge Father Maurice Erambo from Masinde Muliro University is a participant. He'll be presenting a paper today on economic revitalization. Dr. Evans Mogoi from Kisii University. And the rest have been acknowledged. So as we are confirming with Dr. Musotsi to speak on behalf of National Research Fund, I'd like to ask Professor Agwata to prepare to give us his keynote speech today before we end our first session, which entailed the opening ceremony. We'll be getting to Dr. Musotsi in a minute. Dr. Eliud Musotsi is ready. Welcome, Dr. Musotsi, to make your remarks on the role of National Research Fund in promoting research in universities. Welcome.
Thank you, Prof. And the management of Kaimus University. On behalf of the fund, I'd like to some small highlights before I reach the speech by the CEO. And I'd start by giving some background about the National Research Fund, which the National Research Fund is a single agency that is domiciled within the State Department for Health and Research within the nation. And this existence following the enactment of the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of number 2013, but it fully became operational in November 2015, and it has a guiding mission and vision. And the mission of the National Research Fund is resources for development, dissemination of findings, and maintenance of inventory for the advancement innovation for sustainable development. It also has a class research funding agency for the competitive knowledge economy. The agency is anchored on core values include transparency and accountability, integrity, good governance, equity, and sustainable development. It has strategic objectives which include strengthening institutional capacity by enhancing HR capacity, corporate performance management, and through networking and advocacy, improving resource mobilization through development of quality proposals and promotion of operations, enhancing confidence among researchers, grants disbursement through improved grants management system, as well as improve research infrastructure by funding and sharing research infrastructure. Participants, NRA functions include the mobilization of resources for innovation system from the government and the private sector, development partners and other sources. It has a function of prudently managing and investing towards research development. Also has a function of supporting the development of human resources through grants to persons or research institutions, please pursuing postgraduate programs in prioritized areas of science, technology, with priority being given to marginalized. It also has a function of allocating funds for research and promotion of multidisciplinary collaboration among universities and research institutions. It also supports the research capacities in the national priority areas of science, technology, and innovation. The needs, status, and results of research financing through the fund, as well as performing monitoring and evaluation of results and impact for the research activities out of the fund. There are various thematic areas that NRF supports, which include agricultural and natural sciences, biological and health, physical, industrial, and energy science, infrastructure, information and communication, and social sciences, as well as art-based sciences. So far, 3 funding mechanisms include the competitive fund. Under competitive funding, NRF funds individuals or groups of individuals, institutions, and firms through grant proposals in the national research priorities in goals. It also has what we call matching grants funding, where NRF recommend partners to fund joint research on areas of mutual interest agreed upon between NRF and those institutional funding, where these grants to institutions for specialized national facilities is subjected to a criterion. That's types of grants which include multidisciplinary research grants, bilateral and multilateral research grants, support to events, as innovation grants, as well as incubation and grants. The journey for NRF began in 2013 following the enactment of the ST&I Act. That act, besides the creation of NRF, also created NACOSTI and Kenya National Innovation Agency. And upon the creation it began its operations in November 2015, and from inception, we can say that SRF successfully mobilized over 6.14 billion Kenya shillings, both locally and from the exchequer as well as from external partners. It has successfully implemented a number of research programs, including the 19 research infrastructure projects out of the projected 20 at a cost of 19 billion Kenya shillings. We agree that support for infrastructure research programs is key, as that inhibits researchers from taking investments for testing outside the country, which also caps against or supports such flights. And by so doing also, if the analysis is done locally, we can be able to also get in picture with the handlers of our research specimens. So the research outputs will be extremely reliable. We have been able to establish over 10 partnerships, which include the United Kingdom Newton Utafiti Fund, Kenya, South Africa, European Union Agri programs, Science Grant in Council initiatives, the France Pamoja Mobility Grants, German Dad scholarships, Council Acts, Africa Japan joint SDG, as well as NCI calls. Those are some of the milestones that NRF those are some of the strides that NRF has been able to make. We've been able to support over 703 postgraduate students, both at masters and we have been able to roll out this course over 40 research programs. We have successfully program of ensuring that
Hello, Dr. Musotsi, we can't get you. You need to check on your sound. There's a technical pitch on your side. There's a problem on the presenter side, which is beyond us. I think we have lost him, and this is it happens with online meetings. We have lost him. Yes, so we'll communicate to him, and maybe he will give him time later to complete his speech, because we have lost him completely. But he was taking us through the role of NRF, the funding opportunities, and its institutional framework. We can ask him to share the written speech. We can ask him to share the written speech later, and we can circulate. Sorry, members, we on our online participants, we have lost Dr. Musotsi due to technical hitches, and we will ask him to circulate his written speech later, and then we will share it with you.
Okay, yeah, because we can't hear you.
We can't hear him at all.
Yes. Sure, he will appreciate. Okay, thank you, Ben.
Thank you, members. We are sorry for that.
Okay.
Professor Guata, if you can hear me, can you just test your sound? And then,
I can hear you very well, Prof.
thank you, Prof. Now you will give me time to introduce you. Then you will take the floor. Yes.
Can I mute? I hope you got my slides.
Yeah, mute yourself.
You got my slides. I would be expecting that you will be protecting them from that end.
Let me organize. Dr. Isi, you can find out from with Yao to share Professor Gota's slides. Okay, members, we have our first keynote speaker today. Our first keynote speaker is called Professor Jones Fairfax Agwata, PhD, Machakos University Department of Environmental Sciences. And this is his profile. Professor Jones Fairfax Agwata, PhD, is a career environmental scientist and policy expert with over 25 years experience as a university lecturer, trainer, researcher, and consultant. PowerPoint. Is PowerPoint presentation. We need to use PowerPoint presentation. You have not got the one for keynote. So, there's, they will hear us. Do go to IEC, let them bring the keynote speakers. PowerPoint. Yeah, from Dirio email. Yes. You can email. They can email. Yeah. Can we be given the rights to share? Yeah, it is, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So you can tell him. Yes. If he has his presentation. Yes. We can give him the right here. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Professor Agwata, do you have your presentation on your desktop?
I sent the slides.
Do you have a copy with? Do you have a copy with you on your computer?
Yes.
Then we just open it. Then we'll make you a presenter. We'll give you the rights, and we'll guide you on how to activate it. Right now, just open it on your screen, on your desktop. Then we'll give you the rights to share. Okay. Sorry for that, members. Yes, sorry for that, members. Professor Jones Fairfax Agwata is a career environmental scientist and policy expert with over 25 years experience as a university lecturer, trainer, researcher, and consultant. He currently serves as associate professor in the Department of Environmental Sciences at the School of Agriculture, Environment, and Health Sciences at Machakos University, Kenya, and as Director, Research, Innovation, and Technology Transfer in the Division of Research, Innovation, and Linkages in the university. Prior to joining Machakos University in January 2019, Professor Agwata was a senior lecturer at the Center for Advanced Studies in Environmental Law and Policy, KESLAP, University of Nairobi from June 2010 to December 2018. Then from April 1993 to June 2010, Professor Agwata was tutorial fellow and lecturer respectively in the Department of Environmental Sciences at Kenyatta University, where he began his professional career. Professor Agwata has a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Nairobi and master's and doctorate degrees in environmental science from Moi and Kenyatta Universities, respectively. His broad academic and professional interests include environmental science and policy, climate change, disaster management, environmental assessment, water resources management, environmental resources use conflict management, project management, and waste management. Professor Agwata serves as a consultant with the World Bank and as a lead consultant facilitator and trainer in environmental management with the Eastern and Southern Africa Management Institute, ESAMI, and the Kenya School of Government, among other institutions and organizations. He is an external examiner at various universities, including University of Malawi's Chancellor College, Southeastern Kenya University, Masai Mara University, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, and Maseno University. He has previously served in the same capacity at Chuka University, Technical University of Kenya, Egerton University, and the University of Eldoret. Professor Agwata holds a research fellowship at the American Biographical Institute, USA, and a fellowship at the African Scientific Institute. He is a life member of the Kenya Meteorological Society, besides holding membership at the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, the International Society for Development and Sustainability, Japan, International Association of Hydrological Sciences, UK, Kenya DAAD Scholars Association, the Environment Institute of Kenya, and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Disaster Management, Environmental Management, and Higher Education Services Technical Committees. Professor Agwata is currently the chair of the Board of Management at State House Girls High School, Nairobi. He has attended several courses locally and abroad and has presented several papers at conferences nationally and internationally. Besides several book chapters and journal papers to his credit, Professor Agwata is a lead expert with the National Environment Management Authority, Kenya, and is a trained quality management systems auditor. Professor Agwata is widely traveled to various countries such as South Sudan, United Arab Emirates, China, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Germany, and Switzerland for various professional duties and engagements. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcoming Professor Agwata with a round of applause to present his keynote paper. Professor, welcome. The floor is yours. You can begin by making general remarks as we organize to share your story.
Thank you, Benson, for that kind of warm introduction. I have not had somebody introduce me that way before. I feel so overwhelmed. But I had challenges in joining virtually, and I did get in touch with Professor Ochuang, and I alerted him that I was receiving an error as I was trying to join using the link that was shared with me and the barcode, but that has since been resolved. I would have missed the earlier presentations, especially when the conference was being opened officially. But be that as it may, I am here now, and I would want to congratulate the university for inviting me as a keynote speaker. And I take pride that I am able to share a few thoughts on the subject that was shared in the Book of Abstracts. Shortly, I will be given the right to do the presentation, and then I will take the participants through my presentation in a short while. But I am happy and excited to be part of this conversation, and I'm sure that going forward we will benefit a lot as we share ideas and nuggets of wisdom regarding what we do and what we are engaged in our day-to-day endeavors in our various institutions. Thank you so very much, Ben. I appreciate the introduction, and I feel so happy to be part of this audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are just fixing the presentation shortly, and we'll give you the rights, and we really want to appreciate that you have created time to share with us an overview of what you already have. We don't take this for granted, and we look forward to learning more from what you have experienced in this area. So as we wait for the technical team to allow you give your presentation, we are also trying to see if we can get your presentation here so that we are able to navigate through as we move on. So I think we want to also appreciate the audience. We want to appreciate the participants from various institutions who have joined us. I have seen some hands up already. Maybe we can give the floor to Dr. Omutsosi. You have something as we wait for the keynote speech? Dr. Musotsi, your hand is up. Deborah Nyanjama, your hand is up. So I don't know whether you have any comments or questions as we wait for the presentation.
Not really, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we want to appreciate all the presenters who have also shared their abstracts and their presentations with us, and we really look forward. The diversity of the presentations is really very encouraging to see a lot of research and knowledge being generated from mathematics to business to social work, development, ICT, and so we are really looking forward to all these presentations. One would just wish that you could attend all these sessions, but as you know, it's usually not possible. We were overwhelmed by the kind of responses to an extent that we are going to have 4 parallel sessions running from science and technology, economic revitalization, health, education and curriculum, and very, very encouraging presentations on what kind of research is really going on in these areas, and also the diversity of presenters from our own Kaimosi Friends University presenters, Masinde Muliro, Rongo, Turkana University College, Maseno, Southeastern University of Nairobi, Catholic University, many other universities, Technical University of Kenya, also here, Kibabii, University Joe Ust, Preston Kenyatta University. So you can see the diversity of the presenters. I would like to now ask Professor Ojwang. Professor, you are in. Now we have your presentation. Would like to load it so that we can move on. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so in a minute, we are just loading your presentation. Sorry for that technical hitch. And we want to appreciate all the participants for your patience. We want to appreciate all the participants for your patience. And in a short while, we'll be up and running. So as I said, after this, we'll take question and answer after the keynote presentation on the assessment of climate change management strategies in Kenya. And for the information of participants, KAFU is setting up a Center of Excellence in Climate Change Research, Climate Change Action. And this center will be launched next month with partnership of the county government of Vihiga and University Fund and other partners. So you are also welcome for the launch of this Center of Excellence in Climate Change Action, which will be hosted here in KAFU with a lot of support from His Excellency, the Governor of Vihiga County, Honorable and Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, and with a lot of support from the institution and the University Fund, which we really appreciate, and many other partners who have expressed interest to be part and parcel of this noble initiative. We've seen a lot of challenges of late. You know, the rivers we are used to cross, the bridges we are used to crossing without even imagining anything can happen. Now we have to be cautious. For the first time, the school calendar is disrupted by waters. And I think it's a lesson for all of us that we should do something. Each one of us has a responsibility in contributing to climate change management and strategies. And really, Prof, I think this keynote is timely. It also enables us to reflect on the occurrences of the last few weeks, which are not off our minds yet. So I think we will now have your presentation up, and then we'll give you the floor.
Are the slides on now?
Yes, in 2 minutes they will be up. It's just the technical team are putting up.
Yeah, that one. Professor Kwata. This one, yeah. Okay, Prof, welcome. We are on. We are sorry for that technical hitch. You can take it up, Prof.
Okay, here we have. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present this keynote address. And as you already now know, my name is indicated on the first slide, and I am currently joined by KAFU University, which is the only public university in KAFU Science. About 6 kilometers from the city of Nairobi. Some of you may not know where we are located. Next. That is the outline of the presentation as indicated. Basically, the main focus would be on bullet number 3 and bullet number 4. The strategies that have been put in place by the government in managing climate change in the country, and specifically for us, what kind of opportunities are available in terms of research and innovation in matters climate change. Next. So, by way of introducing myself, in terms of where I belong, Machakos University at a glance, we very recently the plan of the university, research and innovation and a community service for purposes of sustainable industrial and socio-economic transformation. Our core values are basically as indicated: credibility, agility, meritocracy, professionalism, integrity, and inclusivity. That is who we are as a university. By way of introduction, climate change, as we all, and livelihoods, it has caused very serious damage and irreversible loss in basically all ecosystems and in all areas. Next. Human activities, of course, are the main driver of climate change, and this is basically because of various activities, particularly the combustion of fossil fuels, various regions. Various countries have had to develop and implement various strategies to address this very serious challenge, which is global in nature. Next. Kenya, of course, suffers from low adaptive capacity. It's also highly vulnerable to climate change. It is affected heavily by floods and droughts. We are experiencing floods currently, but before the floods came, you all remember that we faced a very serious drought occurrence, which I remember was declared a national disaster. And increasing and these strategies, of course, cut across various aspects, including policies, laws, regulations, and institutions. The focus of this presentation, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, will basically be taking us through what kind of mechanisms are available for the management of change in this country. Next. By way of having everyone on board, climate change affects various sectors in the country, from biodiversity to health, to human life, to infrastructure, to water resources, to wildlife, Basically, every aspect of the economy and of human endeavor is affected by climate change. But the impacts are different, of course, depending on the risk and the intensity, especially of drought and flood events. So this is really an existential problem which will continue with us going forward. And I have heard that KAFU is establishing a center for climate action in Western Kenya, and that is, I think, very well thought out as a reaction to addressing this kind of challenge. The economic losses are huge. Issues of land degradation and soil erosion are immense. Next. In fact, it's estimated that over 70% of natural disasters in this country are attributable to extreme climate events, which are associated to climate change. Issues of recurrent floods and droughts that cause various socioeconomic impacts and economic losses are just part and parcel of our existence in this country. It leads to loss of crops and livestock, forest fires, damage to fisheries, reduced hydropower generation, reduced industrial production, and reduced water supplies. This is a very serious challenge. Later on, we would appreciate that the issue of drought, especially, has caused water rationing in various major towns in this country, including Mombasa and Nairobi. In fact, research indicates that the greatest economic impact is felt in 28 of the droughts that have been recorded in the past 100 years. And these have normally been affected, or rather have affected mainly the arid and semi-arid lands, which constitute 18 or the 20 poorest counties in this country. And therefore, in effect, a large portion of this country is facing a serious challenge in terms of climate change. Next. Of course, cases of environmental degradation, loss of biodiversity, ecosystem services, all cause a limit to the country's socioeconomic development. Rising temperatures that have a negative impact on agriculture, forestry, and livestock, and of course, that cause changes in precipitation patterns. These affect biodiversity and ecosystems, food production, water sector, and the health of rivers. Next. Let's continue next. Healthy and communicable. Yeah, this is very important, by the way. Kenya as a country is highly vulnerable to adverse impacts of climate change, especially on the health of our citizens. Climate change is likely to undermine significant progress that has already been made in tackling various communicable diseases. In fact, it is confirmed that the influence, rather climate change is likely to influence the incidence and seasonality of critical stressors, such as heat stress, air pollution, asthma, vector-borne and waterborne and foodborne diseases, and diarrheal diseases. So in effect, climate change has a very serious impact on the health of the citizens of this country. Next. Of course, waterborne disease, I've talked about this. Heat-related deaths, warmer conditions can lead to a rise in respiratory illnesses causing respiratory problems. And there are various studies that have been done by KEMRI to indicate this correlation between climate change and the incidence of malaria and other communicable diseases in the country. Next. Now, what does this mean then? It means that we need to ensure the public is aware on climate change and associated impacts, especially on human health, because that directly affects them. There is also need to increase training and capacity building among the people so that people are able to do what they must do in terms of minimizing the impacts of climate change as and when it happens. There is need to improve the level of knowledge and skills to prevent the diseases which are connected with climate factors. Next. Of Of course, issues of water scarcity, this is likely to worsen in most cities and towns, as I've already mentioned, and this is because of increase in temperatures and unpredictable rainfall patterns, which are more variable and unreliable, and that, of course, has a direct consequence on the water systems in the country. Next. Of course, there is also the issue of conflicts, especially in the arid and semi-arid zones. There is evidence that climate change is likely to lead to increase in conflicts, and this is associated with access to resources, natural resources, including water and land and pasture. Whenever there is climate change, and especially with regard to issues of drought, that is bound to increase incidence of conflict, and therefore that affects communities, especially those areas which are likely to be affected significantly. Then there is the issue of accelerated glacial loss on Mount Kenya, which of course puts a strain on the water resources and the flows of those rivers which are glacially fed. Impact on river flows, that is a very serious challenge. Irrigation potential and water management, these are all issues that are associated with climate change in this country. Next. Let's continue. Next. Next. Now, in terms of energy supplies, yes, climate change is likely to affect and damage infrastructure, roads, communication networks, and energy supply lines. That is likely to lead into higher energy demand. What we are saying is climate change affects, and therefore there is the reason why we need to be very up to date with what exactly we need to do with regard to managing the impacts associated with climate change. Next. Now, this is the thrust of this presentation. So then, what has the government done in terms of managing climate change in the country? The government has put in place various of implementation mechanisms and actions that are related to specifically adaptation and mitigation measures. Next. Now, in terms of the first management tools is the policies. Interestingly, and for the sake of time, the policy tools that are available in terms of climate change management include, as listed from 1 to 8, there is the Kenya Vision 2030 and its medium-term plans. Then we have the second one is the National Climate Change Response Strategy 2010. Then we have the National Adaptation Plan, abbreviated as NAP, for the period 2015 to 2030. Then we have the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy for the period 2017 through to 2026. And then we have the Climate Risk Management Framework of 2017. And then we have the National Climate Finance Policy 2018. And then we have the National Climate Change Action Plan of 2018-2022. We used to have the earlier one, the first one of 2013 through to 2017. And then we have the National Climate Change Framework Policy of 2018. Next. Now, by way of bringing us up to speed with very briefly what these policy instruments are about, Kenya Vision 2030 is very conversant with the majority of us, even not all of us. Basically, the aim is to transform this country to a new industrializing middle-income country that provides a high quality of life to all of us by 2030, hopefully, in a clean and secure environment. That is very important. Now, the vision is, of course, based on 3 pillars, as we all know. There's the economic pillar, the social, and the political pillar. And it recognizes climate change as number 6 there. Number 6 is recommending research and technological needs. And this is very particular with regard to this audience. Research and technological needs to respond to climate change impacts and avenues for transferring existing technologies. And then, of course, recommending a conducive and enabling policy, legal, and institutional framework, which is the thrust of this presentation to combat climate change. And then providing a concerted action plan that is coupled with resource mobilization and robust monitoring and evaluation for purposes of...
there was an oversight. The technical team is asking if you can turn on your camera.
Oh.
Yeah, for recording purposes. Then you proceed.
Is that okay now? And this incorporated adaptation measures across all sectors. In the national planning, now, the NAP had several objectives, as indicated there. Adaptation is one of them. Integrating climate change, adaptation into national and county level development planning and budgeting processes, enhancing the resilience of public and private climate change adaptation, climate change adaptation, and the sustainable development. Because best cases for upscaling, then there is very importantly for us, training, research, and outreach. Then there is also the aspect of learning. Obviously, because climate change affects every aspect of human endeavor, all of us, without exception, need to be brought up to speed with understanding of what it is. Because whether we have gone to school or not gone to school, whether we are technical or non-technical, whether we are policymakers or non-policymakers, all of us need to be brought up to speed with what climate change is and how it affects and how we affect it and what we can do consequently to minimize the impacts. Next. Then there is the National Climate and Finance Policy of 2018. The overall goal here is basically to enable the national government achieve its development goals through enhanced mobilization of climate finance. In other words, accessing finance from diverse sources for purposes of addressing climate change impacts. Specifically, the policy is basically meant to enhance the implementation of public finance management in relation to mobilize internal and external climate finance resources, and then, of course, tracking, monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on sources, applications, and impacts of climate finance, and, of course, capacity enhancement of the country so that the country is able to mobilize climate change finance to support sustainable development and encouraging private sector participation in terms of mobilization of financial resources to address climate change issues. Next. Then there is the National Climate Change Action Plan, NCCAP. These are 7 priority areas. One is reducing risks to communities and infrastructure, which suffer from climate-related disasters, such as droughts and floods. Secondly, is to increase food and nutrition security through enhanced productivity and resilience. Thirdly, is to learn some years back by, of course, mainstreaming climate change adaptation into the health sector in urban. We have, of course, energy and transport, focusing specifically on structure. Next, we have other policy actions, including previously. Let's go to the previous slide, please. Yes, other policy actions, of course, include developing a comprehensive climate change policy, strengthening capacity for national and county level institutions, for climate resiliency and low carbon development, and developing awareness and the capacity to implement the climate change action plans, and strengthening and enhancing an early warning and a response system for disaster risk reduction, and of course, strengthening research capacity, which of course resonates very well with us as researchers. Next. Then developing a climate financing mechanism. We have already looked at a climate financing policy, establishing a national carbon trading platform. Yes, recently when we had COP28, we had issues of carbon trading, which resonated very well at that international level. And then, of course, promoting public and community participation.
Someone can
Yes,
serve, Prof.
the role of the public and the communities is very critical because of aspects of mitigation and adaptation, which cannot be overlooked. Then there is a legal framework for climate change management. Now, we have, so ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that there are very many policy tools, as we have already seen, which are meant to address climate change in this country. But after policies, of course, we move down to the legal frameworks. And very shortly, I will be taking us through the legal mechanisms that are available, beginning with the supreme law of the country, the Kenya Constitution 2010. When you look at the Kenya Constitution and the various provisions in various articles, you appreciate that the climate change also plays, or rather gets some sufficient space in it, even if not directly. For example, Article 11, 1B recognizes the role of science and indigenous technologies in the development of the nation and provides in Article 311, 3P that the Parliament shall enact legislation to recognize and protect the ownership of indigenous seeds and plant varieties, their genetic and diverse characteristics, and their use by the communities. Why did I bring this? I bring this because of the fact that this speaks directly to food security and how our agricultural production systems can be affected by climate change, hence affecting the food status of the country. And therefore, indirectly, you see the space of climate in this, because we cannot talk about science and indigenous technologies without bringing the aspect of communities and the public with regard to how they adapt and mitigate climate change. Next. And then we have Article 42 that states that every person has the right to a clean and healthy environment, while Article 43, 1A and B provide that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, because we have already seen that climate directly affects the human health, and so to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation. Climate change has a role in adequate housing and other infrastructural facilities, together with sanitation facilities. Article 43, 1C in the Constitution, it states that every person has the right to be free from hunger, yes, and to have adequate food of acceptable quality. Of course, you can see directly the role of climate in these aspects of fighting hunger and having adequate food of acceptable quality. Further, Article 43, 1D states that every person has the right to clean and save water in adequate quantities. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Kenya is a water-scarce country. That is a fact. And therefore, it means that we need to do something to ensure that we improve from that situation of water scarcity. And that we can only do by addressing the aspect of climate change. Of course, through various mechanisms, as we have already looked at, including, of course, increasing the forest cover in the country. But the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, speaks directly to this also. Article 69 in the Constitution provides that there should be various obligations in respect to the environment, and there are consequences to non-adherence to such. Next. Now, then we have the Climate Change Act of 2016. The Climate Change Act, by the way, came out of a Climate Change Bill of 2014, which gave rise to the Climate Change Act. And this provides a legal framework for the development, management, implementation, and the regulation of mechanisms to enhance climate change resilience and low carbon development for sustainable development of the country. It also establishes appropriate governmental bodies and agencies that are tasked for purposes of developing and implementing the climate change plans and actions. Next. Next. No, the Act stipulates that state departments should establish climate change units, yes, for purposes of integrating the National Climate Change Action Plan into their strategic and implementation plans. And that the respective county governments are required through the Act to designate a CEC member to coordinate climate change in each county through the establishment of a climate change unit. So in effect, the Climate Change Act of 2016 provides for the establishment of climate units at every county of the 47 counties. Now, what about the institutional mechanisms? Now, institutions, ladies and gentlemen, are systems of rules and decision-making procedures which are important in terms of ordering social practices, assigning roles, and guiding interactions. And with respect to climate change, there are various institutions and systems that have arisen because of the policy and the legal frameworks which are meant to oversee climate change matters in a more comprehensive way in this country. The NCCRS that we have already looked at reviewed the institutional frameworks to govern climate change issues and proposed the establishment of appropriate institutions. In effect, then, we have at the apex the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, which is, of course, responsible for policy matters. And under that ministry, we have a directorate that is referred to as the Climate Change Directorate, under a director. And this is domiciled in the ministry for purposes of specifically handling matters of climate change. Next. Other institutions that are responsible for climate change matters in the country include, in various ways, one, the Kenya Meteorological Department. Obviously, this is a very critical department because it provides information that relates to weather and climate for purposes of guiding the government in the policy decisions. Schools are opening today on the basis of advisories that were given by the Kenya Meteorological Department with regard to the levels of rainfall in this country. Number two is the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. IGAD also, of course, there is an institution under IGAD which is called ISPAC. ISPAC is an institution that directly is responsible for purposes of developing climate models and projections and forecasting with regard to what the likelihood of climate scenarios are likely to be within the region, including Kenya, and giving these advisories to government institutions for purposes of decision making. Then we have the National environment is missing. National Environment Management Authority, abbreviated as NEMA. NEMA is also a critical institution within the government that is important in this respect. Then we have the National Drought Management Authority, NDMA, which is very important with regard to providing information and understanding with regard to the drought situation in this country. And then we have several other ministries within the established government structure. Of course, like the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, we have the Ministry of Transport. All of these ones operate in a very synergistic and a collaborative manner with regard to appreciating what it is that the activities do to the climate position in this country and how they can leverage on their capacities with regard to addressing the issues of climate change in the country. Next. Now, the second last aspect of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, has to do with opportunities. What opportunities are available for research and innovation? Climate change affects all sectors of development, as we have already seen and appreciated. And therefore, there are opportunities for research and innovation that will cut across various aspects of research endeavor. For example, number one, there is an opportunity to increase agricultural productivity in terms of ensuring that the agricultural production systems are geared towards those that mitigate and adapt to climate change as it happens. Number two, improving the quality of the agricultural produce. Yes, with regard to post-harvest losses and storage facilities, that is very important. Number three, introducing new climate change resistant crops. Yes, especially in agricultural zones that are more prone to climate hazards. There is opportunity for research and innovation with regard to coming up with climate resistant crops. Next. Then there is the application of new techniques such as biotechnology. Yes. Then there is the digital information technology. Then the use of communications, climate information communications with regard to enabling that information that is appropriate and relevant to reach various actors and the stakeholders, including farmers and the communities in various counties for purposes of getting ready and being informed on what and how to go about mitigating and adapting to climate change. Then the production of new products and use of new inputs. Next. Greenhouse gas emissions, yes, there is an opportunity, especially in the issues of agricultural production and areas where a lot of greenhouse gases are emitted that get into the atmosphere, causing temperature rises that lead to climate change. Yeah, that is an area that is important for research. Then there is the issue of climate hazards. Talk about floods and landslides and droughts. Then there is the climate impact assessment, very interesting. Then there is the use of artificial intelligence, which is really the one that is trending. And then there is the issue of smart cities and their development. Next. And then there is adaptation and mitigation technologies, especially in the energy sector. That is very important. Then there is green transportation, sustainable energy systems, efficient irrigation systems, sustainable waste management, pollution abatement, efficient water use systems. Very interesting areas that we can leverage on in terms of research and innovation. Next. Now, by way of concluding remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that climate change causes several impacts and affects every sector of development in the country. And that the government has established various structures for managing climate change. These structures, of course, comprise of various policies, laws, regulations, and institutions, through which various activities for climate change management are taken. There is a need for effective coordination and collaboration to minimize conflicts in roles and responsibilities. Next. There is also need to ensure increased funding for climate change activities at national level, at county level. And this was captured by way of specific objectives in terms of resource mobilization. There is also need to ensure effective communication and the participation of various actors in the climate change space. Sensitization and capacity building is critical, just like effective monitoring and evaluation mechanisms is necessary. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, I will want to thank you so very much for your attention. I want to appreciate the organizers of this conference for inviting me to give this keynote paper. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agwata, for that wonderful presentation. Very systematic and with pointed facts, figures. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now open the floor for a discussion of about 10 minutes. Reactions to this paper is very informative and which has, in brief, if I cannot purport to summarize the whole paper, but the key areas were that he gave the background to climate change and he gave the policies, laws and regulations in Kenya that control climate change action. Then he focused on strategies for managing climate change in Kenya, the action plan necessary, then research and technology needs. Then he gave us the legal framework required, and he went on to outline the opportunities for research and innovation. And broadly, those are some of the areas that the paper focused on, among many others. And now the floor is open. We want to receive reactions, questions, and contributions for about 10 minutes. If it is a question, make it a direct question. Kindly don't start another presentation. So each member will have 1 minute. We'll take about 3 reactions. Dr. Mulenya, your hand is up. Can you speak from there? Or you can come here. Just comments, observations, or reactions. 2 minutes each. So Professor Gwata, the person who is coming is also an expert in your area, so I am sure you will not start a debate. Thank you.
Mine is not a question, Professor, and I'm really excited that you have taken us through what is happening in this country on issues climate change.
Technical team, speakers, external speakers. Okay, just proceed.
Thank you, Professor Gwata, for that insightful presentation that gave us a lot to undertake on issues of climate change, because this is a real emerging issue, and it's an issue that does not know status. It affects all of us regardless. So I really want to appreciate your presentation, because it really gave us insights on the impacts, the policy frameworks, the laws and regulations. But mine is just to urge you and many other climate scientists or people who are interested in issues of climate science that this is the time we really need to sit down and talk about climate change financing, because I think that is the elephant in the house. Issues of climate change impacts, as I sat and listened to you, I'm really excited because this is what you're talking about. However, if you walked out at this room and asked anybody, do you understand what climate change is? I want to believe even Mama wa Kijiji will have a story to talk about. So what is our way forward as climate change scientists or scholars? I think we have to really put our heads together and look on issues of climate change financing, because that is what is now really, really emerging. Because I think all these strategies of crops and so on, and you've really elaborated on them, but I think as scholars, let us sit down and talk about climate change financing, because without the resources, we will have very good strategies, but then they'll just go to rot. That is my comment. It was more of a comment and inclusion for us climate change scientists and scholars to include in our stories. Thank you, Professor. I'm excited to see you. You know I know you.
Its very nature affects large-scale geographical areas, and therefore, and massively, by the way, and therefore, the amount of resources in terms of finance required are enormous, that a country can just be brought to our knees in a minute because of the vagaries of climate change, and therefore, governments, international institutions, commercial banks, multilateral organizations must come all together for purposes of ensuring there is adequate financing for purpose of dealing with this issue. Much appreciated, Caroline, and it was nice listening to you.
Thank you, Professor.
If you allow, Chair, if you allow, there is a comment that was
Yes.
on the public chat.
Yes, you can read it. Then I bring in Dr. Mugala, who has raised her hand.
Yes.
For you.
How scholars deal with the mismatch between government policy and actions? That is more of a political question, and I'm no politician, I must admit. It is it's such a mess that we don't walk the talk, but as researchers, let's do our bit. Let's provide information which is accurate, which is credible. Policymakers will have to take the bull by the horns and do what they must do. But as scientists and as researchers, let's do our bit. Honorably, decently, and with integrity. We will then walk with our heads high because we will have provided the required information. Politicians will have to do their own thing, but if any of us has a way of influencing policy, why not? And Professor Yawa, whom I highly respect, did present his welcoming remarks, and he did say that we need to put our foot forward so that we can be felt. And there is a way we can be felt without having to delve into politics as it were. But of course, politics and the governance drive everything. And especially if the politics is wrong, everything else crumbles and will not make any move. That is as far as I can say. I'm about, of course, fake fertilizers, fake seeds, tree seedlings, all of these things confront us as Kenyans. What do we do? That is a conversation we must have openly and sincerely so that we can provide a way forward on how we can better our country because we live here and we have nowhere else to go. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have some participants who have raised their hands up. I have Linora Mugala. You have the floor, just 1 minute to seek clarification or make a comment. Prof, there are also comments which you may want to respond from Dr. Seta and Dr. Sangini.
Thank you so much, Professor Jones. Very inspiring talk. I happen to come from the Department of Languages, but from your presentation, I'm almost tempted to go to environment. It was quite inspiring. Maybe because I look so helpless, especially with the floods, and I felt there's something I can offer. Maybe you can just expound on one of the strategies when you talked about gender mainstreaming. Maybe I'll find where I can come in. Thank you.
Very well put. Yes, of course, coming from the languages, and you remember I talked about communication, you have a role to play, especially with regard to how the communities perceive or rather receive information. How do we communicate with them? Are they able to appreciate what it is that we are communicating? So you fit very well in that. But having said that, I also want to say that climate change disproportionately affects women and the children in a more serious way than the male gender. And there are very interesting studies that have been done in terms of gender mainstreaming with regard to climate change. And a lot of studies have been done showing that the way women get affected and react and operate within the climate change space is very different because of certain dynamics that play out. For example, in terms of resource use and mobilization, for example, when you talk about water, women and children are mainly responsible for accessing water. And especially with regard to climate change and the impact it has on water in terms of location and accessibility, that of course brings in a very serious dimension to how women and children are likely to be affected by climate change. And by the way, at the end of this conversation, I expect that we would be able to form teams, appropriate teams for purposes of looking out for appropriate calls, as somebody has said in the public chat, so that then we can develop appropriate teams, multidisciplinary teams for purposes of looking out for funding for proposals, cutting across various aspects of the climate change space. And that will require communication experts, that requires physical scientists, biological scientists from across various disciplines.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And I see a lot of comments and questions from the chat. Because of time, we'll take some of these questions and comments and share with Prof. Now, Prof, just as we wind up this session, I really want to appreciate, especially where you presented opportunities. And I was looking at these opportunities and thinking of how they can find their way into the national research priorities and innovation. And in your view, these opportunities, to what extent should we focus on opportunities that address the root cause, those that address the manifestations, those that address mitigation and adaptations?
Thank you. Let me start off with what Dr. Yatundu Farachi has posted and what Evans Mogoi has also posted. Mogoi wishes that these thoughts could be put in action. Yes, it is us to deliver these thoughts so that we can act on them by way of developing fundable proposals so that we can access funding to drive this agenda moving forward. That is visible, it is workable, it is doable. And therefore, part of the outputs of this conference is for purposes, of course, of identifying areas of interest, which we can then lift and then move and run away with them. But Dr. Farachi has talked about those policies which are available. That's very correct. And then, of course, what the government has done to take advantage of the excess water, floods, my friends. It's rather sad and unfortunate to say that we often react. We are not proactive in terms of taking advantage of the information that we receive so that we operate in a manner that helps us to plan forward. So like, of course, there was information that this country was going to receive a lot of rainfall. That rainfall, of course, meant a lot of water, which water, of course, would cause damage unless it's channeled properly so that it is stored for use during the drought period. But increasingly, we don't see this happening, which means that there is something that is not right somewhere. And that's why I talked about various organs and institutions, ministries and units coming together and operating not in contradiction, but in a synergistic manner for purpose of leveraging on various capacities so that we move this conversation to a beautiful end in terms of not getting caught, pants down, as they would say, but appreciating that we have every available information and opportunity to take advantage of the opportunities that is provided by excessive rainfall so that we have that water which is stored. I am aware that there is a parastatal which talks about rainwater harvesting in this country. And this parastatal must be at the forefront in terms of putting in place mechanisms and structures for purposes of harvesting excess water. Because water that is excess, instead of it being left into the seas and becoming waste, it can be stored properly and appropriately so that it's available for use when need arises, and that need always arises going forward. And then Penn got it right. Yes, there are many opportunities that we can take advantage of, especially at the local level. By the way, and taking advantage of indigenous knowledge systems. Communities at the lowest level have something to say and to contribute to how they can adapt to or mitigate climate change. We only need to go down to those levels and appreciate what is available and how we can connect what is available with what is modern so that we have a composite mechanism of enhancing the resilience and the capacity adapt at the lowest level, so that when climate change impacts arise, and they do, these communities are not caught off guard they become helpless without, of course, knowing what to do. And therefore, our impact research must transform and motivate our communities as part of our vision of our institutions, so that we are able to be felt at the lowest community level because of the value addition we add to them through what we do best, based on the knowledge and techniques and skills that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bwata. We have come to the end of the keynote session, and members will keep your questions coming in the chat, and we'll forward them to Professor Bwata, then he'll respond, and we present them to you during the plenary tomorrow. We are moving to closure sessions, and each room has 4 papers, so we ask the session chairs to manage time properly, and by 1:10 or 1:20, we should be through with the groups. Thank you. Then we'll come back for lunch.
Professor, simple task, and I will go straight to it. I want to thank God for giving this moment. The way we began, I can see at the end, we really appreciate you taking time and being here at the launch of this noble activity of this, our academic students and research, Professor Julius Kipkemboi. He's always there when it comes to matters research, matters knowledge, and he'll always be there to guide us. Scholars in this room and those who are listening to me outside, our 3 vice chancellors that we try matters of research, because it's from research that we get solutions to the problems in this world. Fourthly, I want to appreciate our guest speakers in this order: the Director General Nakosti, Professor Walter Biawa. I must say I listened to you and I got excited, because what you are telling us is the future, and we have to go that way. If we don't go that way, then we'll be at a loss. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule and being with us to give us information and knowledge that we need to move forward as an institution. Professor Dickson Andala, who was represented by Dr. Musosi. I think these ones are from National Research Foundation.
National Research Fund.
Yes, the National Research Fund. And I think they told us why we need this fund. And scholars in this room and those ones who are online, research cannot be done if we don't have the funds. And these are the people we need to speak to, so that you can be able to get the funds and we can do it right. And then we also want to appreciate all paper presenters online. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to your paper presentations. Without you, this conference would not be taking place. If we are today physically in this room and those ones who are online, this making and ensuring that this conference is a success, because I can see already it's a success. The ICT, organizing a virtual crowds, and then we, Angusha, can we gather everybody in this room, we gather, then Angusha.
To their breakout room and curriculum, room 4. Those who are not presenting, you can and
gallery, so that you can enable your cameras briefly, if it's possible, I mean, so that we can have a gallery photo for the purpose of our proceedings. We appreciate.
CT will let us all turn on our cameras. Let's give them 2 minutes. We are doing well. For those physically present, let's move outside for a group photo. Online photo, just leave your cameras on. Camera's on, but mute your audio. You can see quite a number of you, but not everyone. Share. Let us turn on our cameras if you can hear us. We still can see quite a number of you. Okay. Just leave your camera on for about 5 minutes until you can see everyone. Then we'll take the photo. And behind me, you'll just see the backdrop as I'm handling the physical photo. But there's some here who will be going out. So we can go and come back. Let's take the physical photo. Your phone is off. It's on. Just take a photo of the screen itself.
so-called space. In fact, the space we are calling so-called space is a space which is a unified space, but it's a special one because it is specific, designed for functions, which will be having some certain smooth functions which you want to use. So this so-called space is just a unified space, yes, but specific, designed for functions. And one example of that is a square integrable function, which you will see later written as L2 spaces, and it's a function which we can integrate, actually squarely integrable to finite values. And then after knowing that Hilbert space, this so-called space will just carry the properties of this Hilbert space. But now, because we are specifically talking about functions, so we shall be dealing on this so-called space. But it will carry all those Hilbert space properties. And not sure how those moderating variable was analyzed. And as I had indicated to the VC, to refer to Baron and Jude or Ken models so that you can know how to analyze the moderating variable. And again, on existing document, you are having 3 constructs of moderating variable. I think that will have a serious implication on your analysis. Those are many. Artifact values and assumed values. And I think the values and assumed values might having a correlation effect. You need to drop one document, how you analyze it. And on the target engagement, I wonder whether you looked at the entire 3 constructs or you did the aggregate of the 3. How those 3 were aggregated to get talent engagement needed to come out clearly. Then on the focus of the study, when you are looking at employer branding and you're focusing on the TVET, is the TVET the right place? Because the mandate of the TVET is to do formation of the talent. So they are involved in the training of those talents. Are they the right focus or unit of analysis that you should look when you are looking at employer branding? Could you not maybe look at maybe Kenya Association of Manufacturers to tell you about the talent they get from the TVET, whether they are able from the employer's point of view? And if that's the case, how did you match the 2 from the employer's point of view and from the trainer's point of view? So you need to bring out the focus of the study very clearly. And for my question, and as Dr. Faraji has raised, how you analyze the 3 constructs under employer branding and how you included moderating variable you have studied. The model, the equation, and the analysis. Please respond to those questions as you respond to Dr. Faraji's concern about aggregating the construct of your employer's branding concept. Thank you. Okay. I will start by responding to Dr. Faraji's
question. And I will only respond by saying yes, I take your correction because it's true I lifted from the document. Although from the main study I have operationalized, but I have gotten the concept that in this one I should just have broken down to the specific employer branding attributes. So I take that as a positive criticism and I look at it. Then I'll also respond to the issue on why TVETs are not the industry. The topic, the study was looking at employees. When we refer to as talent, we are looking at the employees working with those within those TVETs. So we were not looking at the students they are training to churn to the industry. We are looking at how their employee, how engaged the employees are. So when we talk of talents, we are actually talking about an employee. In HR, when you refer to as a talent, what you refer to as a talent is that particular employee giving that skill. And all the skills are looked at as specialized because you expect performance, awesome performance to come from a collection of all of them. So we were not looking at the students, we were looking at the employees themselves in those private TVET institutions. So the other one was whether I looked at the constructs of talent engagement on its own or collectively. I had operationalized them and looked at them collectively because talent engagement is modeled using the three particular constructs, but you don't have to look at them separately. And it's the same thing with organizational culture. These are it's a model that brings out the three, so you don't have to look at them separately. For the moderating variable, I'm well guided, triangle. And for the moderating equation, I'm also well guided. I will look at that Baron and Boone model. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for that clarification, and particularly on the focus in terms of the employees of the TVET and not the mandate of the TVET for formation of the student to come out as diverse, skilled personnel. Still on the same, I would like you to bring out the issue of your generalization of the study. How will you generalize the study? When you are answering that, please, I want you to respond, putting in mind your adjusted R and your R squared. Thank you. Christy, please guide. How will you generalize your study?
Okay, the question is on how I'm going to generalize. First, the area of focus the study collected data from is from Nairobi Metropolitan, which harbors the largest number of registered private TVETs. And as I had noted in my further studies, yes, we are going to generalize into private TVETs, but we cannot adopt the same to public institutions due to difference in culture shaping. So we are only going to generalize our study to private TVETs, which may share some aspects of culture, but not to the public-based TVET institutions. And even so, in my my recommendation, I also indicated that culture may vary even when we move from Nairobi metropolitan to other regions, and that's why I also suggested that a study could be carried out, having picked the largest, the area with the largest private TVETs in Kenya. The R squared was indicating a change of 31.5.
Okay, thank you, Christian, for that clarification. I wanted you to clarify on your R square because your R square is, when considering your R square, that explains the model, and the adjusted R square, they are too close, meaning that your sample population or sample frame was a good representation of the population. So, as you have explained that you took the area with the largest TVET, and I think that should explain that, but you need to bring out also in their document. Please, audience, any more question? Any more question, please? Any more question, audience? Anyone with a question? If there's no question, please keep us, let us continue this discussion. And if you have any other question, please, you can put it on the public comments. And I'll request that we keep Christine engaged so that he can respond if you have any queries or concerns, so that Christine can respond on them. Thank you. I think we should thank you, Christine, for that presentation. And let us move to our next presenter. Those who have been listening to our presentation. Should I say hello? Hello? Okay. Our next presenter is Justin Iminyi. Justin Iminyi, are you online? Please. Yes. Justin Iminyi.
Yes.
I can see you are online. Please take the floor and introduce yourself. And please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm Justin Iminyi. Are you getting me?
Yes, yes. We are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Justin Iminyi, a PhD student from Masinda Muliro University of Science and Technology, pursuing a PhD specifically in finance. The co-authors are Professor Charles Gibbs and Dr. Mary Nedima. My topic that I am presenting today is about influence of resource acquisition on financial sustainability of selected public universities in Kenya. The moderating role of corporate governance principles. So next slide, please. Yeah, on the introduction part of it, it has been a growing shift from the traditional funding model of public universities, which were mainly funded by the government, towards a funding, which has become more financially sustainable. Therefore, higher education institutions are under pressure to devise measures to generate supplemental on their existing financial resources to ensure financial sustainability. However, financial resource mobilization is not an easy task, as it requires careful resource acquisition to get the desired results as per the governance principle as suggested by Award and others in 2021. study. Then, according to Auditor General Report 2020, public universities are struggling to meet their financial obligations. These statements were also echoed by Commission of University Education, where some universities are technically insolvent. Next slide. Problem statement is that public universities throughout the world have witnessed dramatic changes in the last decade of the 20th and first decade of the 21st centuries. Objectives of the study. Number one, establish the influence of resource acquisition on financial sustainability of public universities in Kenya. Number two, to evaluate the moderating effect of corporate governance principles on the relationship between resource acquisition and financial sustainability of public universities in Kenya. Next, the theory that we adopted in this study was the dependency theory. This theory was developed by Emerson in 1963 and further progressed by Pfeffer and Salzig in 1978. The theory assumes that even operating in the same industry, firms heterogeneously in terms of their resources and in terms of capacity. In essence, the theory argues that organizations are often not self-sufficient for all the needed resources that can enable them to remain competitive. Atkins and Foster 2014. Next, the conceptual framework where we have the independent variable versus the dependent variable. We have the resource acquisition. Under it, we have the constructs of government grants, internally generated funds, and then externally sourced funds. Under the dependent variable, we have the financial sustainability. Under it, the constructs, as mentioned, then moderating variable, where we have the corporate governance principles. Next slide. The research methodology, this research philosophy, this research study is underpinned by the positivist philosophy. Then the research design, the study adopted causal research design which explores cause-effect relationships. The study area was conducted in public universities in Kenya, where population was as per the Commission of University Education. The total number of chartered public universities in Kenya as at July 2014 were 18. Data collection, primary data was collected using structured questionnaire on point linker scale. Reliability was determined using Cronberg alpha and validity using construct and content validity, the help of SPSS factor analysis. And next slide. The summary and handover for multiple regression. We have number one, the resource acquisition significantly accounted for 24.2% variation in financial stability, where R squared equals to 0.242, p-value being 0.000. Model 2 So as indicated there, you'll see their interpretation. Model 3, we have the indicated where resource acquisition, corporate governance, and resource acquisition significantly accounted for 34.7% variation in financial sustainability, where R squared equals to 0.347, p-value remaining 0.00. Next slide. We have the results of regression coefficients, where we have the multiple regression equation, as indicated below. Next slide. Interpretation of the results. The study established that resource acquisition significantly influenced financial sustainability. A unit increase in resource acquisition will lead to significant increase in financial sustainability by 0.5% units. But two, the study established that corporate governance significantly influence financial sustainability. A unit increase in corporate governance will lead to significant increase in financial sustainability by 0.309 units. Three, resource acquisition interaction corporate governance had a positive significant coefficient, implying that a unit increase in corporate governance will significantly cause the level of resource acquisition effect on financial sustainability to significantly increase by 0.041 units. Next. The study found, conclusion, the study found a significant link between resource acquisition and financial sustainability in Kenyan public universities. However, presence of robust corporate governance structure strengthens the effect of resource acquisition on financial sustainability. But two, the study concluded that corporate governance principles has a significant positive effect on the relationship between resource acquisition and financial sustainability of public universities in Kenya. But three, robust corporate governance structures are essential for financial accountability, emphasizing effective audit mechanisms and conflict of interest mitigation for sustainable financial practices. Next. Recommendation. Shareholder relationships need strengthening along with revenue structure refinement for a diversified financial base. Then policies supporting external funding and risk mitigation strategies should be implemented. But the collaboration between universities and stakeholders is crucial, involving dialogue with government bodies and incentives for effective resource acquisition practices. But four, universities should align governance with acquisition, possibly revising structures, policies, and training programs to optimize resource mobilization. Next. Implication. The empirical implication, the study emphasizes the need for public universities in Kenya to resource acquisition strategies, diversifying funding sources and advocating for predictable funding from government sources can strengthen the financial base. But two, theoretical implication, the findings support resource-dependent theory. RDT posits that organizations depend on external resources to thrive, and effective governance enhances trust with the resource providers, resonating with the study's positive effect, corporate governance, and resource acquisition. The three, contribution to new knowledge. The findings underscore the transformative potential of strong governance practices in harmonizing resource acquisition for sustainable financial practices in Kenyan public universities. Next slide. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Imani.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just in the way Dr. Faraji has stated.
Yes.
And I have been present during my two earlier presenters.
Yes.
And I can see there are certain similarities.
Yes.
So I stand guided.
Okay. Okay. I will welcome question, but before that, Mr. Minya, I have one or two questions to you.
Yes.
One is on financial stability.
Yes.
Your topic was about sustainability.
Correct.
Financial sustainability. I don't know whether financial sustainability is the same as financial stability as you indicated in the model. Then two, you have various constructs of your financial stability.
Yes.
And they are around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I don't know whether you operationalize all of them or you had an aggregate measure. And if you did that, then how did you analyze that? And as you have correctly stated that you have been present for the first two presenters, your model does not incorporate moderating variable correctly. The equation for the moderating variable is not there. And therefore, we wonder how you analyze your moderating variable. So as I had referred the first two presenters, maybe to Baron and Jude model, which is stepwise model for analyzing a moderating variable. You should take note of that. But please respond on how you measured or operationalized your financial stability using those various constructs. And also in that point, also look at your moderating variable, which has three constructs. That's accountability, independent, and transparent. And if you are doing so, please explain if those constructs are the one that constitute corporate governance, and you do so in reference to our corporate governance and the global corporate governance framework. In Kenya, you note that, for example, for the public institution, we have Mwongozo, and for the private companies, we have the CMA corporate governance guideline. So when you are responding to that, please note of those two frameworks, Mwongozo for public sector and CMA corporate guideline on private companies. And look at those three constructs if they align with those frameworks. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. On the financial sustainability or stability for that case, it was aggregated as per my objectives. Because when you link up all the constructs under financial sustainability, with the time that we had, it was limited, so we could not have gone analyzing all those constructs. So we actually generalized financial sustainability. Then number two, on the moderating, vis-a-vis the existing framework in public sector, you will agree with me that Mwongozo works much when it comes to independence, and it guides very well that that independence where corporate governance, it has to be through audit committees. And audit committees, they are actually agents of governance when it comes to public and private sector.
Yes.
Although on the same, they highlighted three constructs under corporate governance principles. They are not the only one. We still have others which were not captured in this. So I felt that the three could have given me a good ground as per my study.
Dr. Minyi, thank you for those response. If you look at public universities,
Yes.
and you are looking at resource acquisition, public university entirely or almost entirely depend on government grants and a little bit on internal generated resources. So there is a limited resource mobilization in terms of external sourced funds. So I want you to explain how that externally sourced fund, you are able to get the data on that, and from your finding, what is the implication of that externally sourced fund? We have had our universities looking at the landscape in the country. We have had our universities having problems financially, and we still have problems in the public universities. How did you collect data on external funded source fund? And from your analysis, what is the implication? And how is that affecting the sustainability in the university? Two, on your operationalization of financial stability, when I look at those constructs, majority of almost all of those constructs are operational efficient and not sustainability. Most of them measures financial operation efficient and not sustainability. So I will recommend that you look at some of the financial sustainability models on how to measure, and maybe you look at maybe the firm's value on, because firm's value looks at the financial health on the long-term basis. Yeah. Rather than a short-term basis, like the construct that you have used. So either you look at financial stability, you operationalize it as a firm value, and you measure it using the long-term values of the firm, or you look at corporate failures and you measure it using maybe bankruptcy index, and it helps you now to look at how these public universities, how sustainable are they on the long term. So you look at the risk of failure of these corporate public universities. Yes. So I would recommend that on financial sustainability, you consider those constructs, because all of them, if not all of them, they are financial operational efficiency and not financial sustainability. Financial sustainability is long term. And if you look at the financial sustainability framework, you will find that, and even the studies that have been done in that area, most researchers are preferring to use firm value because it measures the long-term value. You have a room here. Otherwise, you can use the corporate failure, that's bankruptcy indicators, and you look at whether those organizations are financially stable or viable for long term. Yeah. So I will, those are my suggestions on the financial sustainability. But please just explain on that. When I'm looking at corporate governance, if you look at the principle of corporate governance, it gives you the area of board operation. It looks at the area of transparency. It looks at the area of risks management. So what informed you to zero in on those three? The independent and accountability and transparency. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe on the financial stability, I stand guided by your proposals, of which I agree. Although when you check, okay, I don't know if the asset sustainability can be still retained.
Asset sustainability is just one of the components, but when you are measuring sustainability of organization, you look at organization as a whole, not on asset.
On the issue of corporate governance,
Yes.
Chair, you'll agree with me that the board, the way you have put it, in operations, if the board is not independent, nothing will move. If the board can be compromised, then it means that we are actually interfering with the holistic management. Because that's why in some, not in some, but in public sector, there is a proposal that, not a proposal, but what is being implemented, that the people who will be heading audit committees, they are supposed to be independent and not public public servants. On the issue of management accountability, if the checks that are in place in terms of, let us use the public universities, the way they are working. Number one, we have the segregation of duties. Number two, we have the internal audit control, which is being checked by internal auditor. At the same time, who also gives, maybe the way you have stated the risks, who gives assurance on the risks of the organization. Then number three, we also have the external audit coming on board. That one will drive the management accountability. I'm convinced.
Okay, but I will still insist that on corporate governance, that you refer to Mwongozo, since you are dealing with the public sectors, you refer to Mwongozo, and I would advise that when you are looking at corporate governance and how it moderates, I think, one, you cannot say that those boards are independent. They are political appointees, and they are not independent. Maybe what you should look at is the efficiency of those boards rather than independent, because they are political appointees, and we have seen the situation in Kenya, how political appointees work. Then I would rather suggest that you use all the components or construct of corporate governance rather than zeroing in on those three. Because, for example, the issue of audit committee. Audit committee of the board is one of the critical components of governance. Remuneration of these boards, the duality of the accounting officer and the chair of the board. Those are the things that enhances the functions of these councils or the boards. So please look at them wholesomely. But if you have decided to zero in on those three constructs, then please justify it. Do you have any studies that have zeroed in that these ones are the key components or construct of the corporate governance? So if you decide to stick on the three, please justify them. But I would suggest that you refer to the Mwongozo and look at corporate governance wholesomely and look at the efficiency of it, rather than looking at these components that might not give you what you want. And please consider the issue of financial stability. The measures that you are having there will not give you financial sustainability, but will give you financial efficiency. Thank you. Unless you have any question or anybody has any question to Mr. Iminyi. Dr. Faraji, please. Yes.
I wanted to ask Justin.
Yes, Doctor.
One thing, I want to appreciate you coming this far and presenting your document in such a conference. Because the essence of us trying to poke holes into a document is just to make it better.
Correct.
Just to make it better, so that by the time you're coming up with the final draft and you're putting your people can appreciate. Like, how far is this document?
How far?
How far is it in terms of you submitting the document?
Or as a final copy?
Yes.
I am yet.
Yeah, then if you are yet to look at what Dr. Panya has given you, to make the document better, and then also you can still break this document down into different conferences. You can do conferences, you can do journals, and even if you want to do a journal, make sure you only pick on one construct. Pick on one construct, go with it up to the end. That forms your one of your journal and one of your journal article. So you can do so many. You can even do some of these with moderation. You can have this direct relationship. Just look at government grant and the financial stability. Is it stability or sustainability?
Stability.
Is it stability or sustainability? Yes.
Stability, but there is a thin line, Doctor.
No. There's no way as a sustainability and stability. Those are two different things, man. Because if you're looking at financial sustainability, you're using how you're going to use the resources efficiently.
Yeah.
If you think about stability, then you're looking at the safeness. This can be politically, can be economically, they are two different. Don't say it's a thin line. Yeah. But that stability and sustainability is like day and night. Make sure you go for one big sustainability with sustainability, not the issue of stability.
Well, guys.
Then now, after that, like I said, your document you can actually have 1, 2, 3. You can have around seven papers, different papers from this document. Those that have got a direct relationship, or those that can go through the moderation. Yeah, so you have quite a number of papers that you can present. So go back and work on this so that you come up with something good with for future conferences.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faraji, for those comments. And thank you, Mr. Iminyi, for your presentation. We are very glad for your able presentation. Now we'll move to the next presenter. Mr. Iminyi, please take note of the public chat. We have comments there, and please respond to them. There are some comments and questions that you can also get insight, improve your document. Thank you.
Can you allow?
Dr. Oseno, please.
No, before you conclude.
Yes, Doctor.
Just before we allow the presenter to go,
yes,
I wish to make a clarification in regards to the contracts that the presenter has identified for financial stability. The presenter is at it that is talking about financial stability and not financial sustainability. If you look at this contract that the presenter identified as financial stability measures, he's looking at the short-term element of how resources which are mobilized in the operation of this institution. And in this regard, I would agree with him that the construct that you have identified of financial stability are actually if you can the working for the operations stability of these institutions. My opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Seno. I think, Mr. Iminyi, you have noted that.
I have.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and your effort to come up with the paper to present to this conference. Thank you. But please keep note of the public chat so that you respond to the questions and comments which have been posted there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our next presenter is Alfred. I need my second document. Alfred Otara, please, if you're online, please. Alfred.
Like just the open.
Alfred Otara, Dr. Alfred, please.
Let X together with the norm that is X.
Yes.
Yeah, let X case. Then you say that then the norm is what are we saying in simple terms? We are saying in this case that if we have a vertex space, and every set is not defined on X, shall be proved to be locally compact, is a topology of vector space, then the length within it shall be found without what I said. Not here in layman's language, there is simply so all that is what we are saying.
The last one is not online, so yes, this one is not online.
This is simply continuing on the proof of the first result, which again confirms that provided we have a vertex space, an empty set, with a non-defined object, and it is locally compact, so political vector space, and have a round length for a long linear. Now in theorem 2.1, we are talking about a space which can be separated. We talk about separable vertex space. In other words, we can think about different.
So Alfred Otara, I think, is not online, and we might need to reschedule his presentation. And on that note, I want to appreciate your well done and insightful presentation. And now I want to thank you, particularly for the presenters who had the time to work on their document and present to this conference. I also want to remind our presenters, please keep on posting, interacting with the public chat. And for the audience, let us keep this discussion going on. Keep posting those questions on public chat so that our presenters can respond on it to enrich the document. Thank you for your time.
The unit comes along in every direction. So this study, you see